All right, time to continue on with the 1994 Winston Cup season. After 22 events, Ernie Irvan has a huge lead, 249 points on Dale Earnhardt. I'm only 8 points behind Earnhardt, so I'm still around second or third. Then Ricky Rudd in fourth, Ken Schrader, Terry Labonte, Rusty Wallace in seventh, Mark Martin, Morgan Shepherd, Lake Speed. And it's still pretty close from about second back to about seventh, somewhere in there. So I'm pretty sure after this race, I'll be somewhere in that mix. Hopefully still up in like third, or maybe I can get in front of Earnhardt. But hopefully someone like puts Ernie Irvan in the wall or something, because he is just dominating the season right now. 249 points, that's a substantial lead. All right, so this one is the Southern 500. I'm running my Darlington Retro track. 100% is 367 laps. There are 42 cars in this race. I'm doing 100%, realistic, all boxes checked. Okay, clear 81. Good. It's decent weather. All right, I'm using the qualify fast setups. That's just the default setups. I haven't made any changes to them. This track, nothing too special about this track. I just made another dashed line down the middle and did it all the way down the straightaways like they had it back in '94. Eventually, they repaved it, and I can't remember exactly if in '95 they got rid of that middle dash line or if that was in '96. I know they didn't have it in '96, so I'm thinking somewhere in '95 is when they got rid of the dash lines. All right, I'm going right to qualifying. Cloudy 81. Don't like the cloudiness, but 81 degrees is pretty warm, so that's not too bad. I was practicing last night and had a really good qualifying lap. It's my record lap on this track, and I qualified 13th.
Okay, here comes your first time.
So hopefully I can be in the top 20. But it's a long race, so it doesn't really matter where I'm at.
One more lap.
Touch the wall a little bit. How'd I do? 22nd? I feel like I was doing pretty good going into turn one, but then I got, my line got kind of messed up in the middle. And then I came off and hit the wall a little bit. Yeah, 22nd. All right, not bad. Qualifying here doesn't really matter. The AI, they don't really try to pass, because there's only two groups here. The inside line and the outside line. And so when the green flag comes out, the AI behind me don't really try and pass. So there's a chance Nemechek could get in front of me, but all of these guys from Mike Wallace on back aren't going to get in front of me. I should be faster than Joe Nemechek, so hopefully I can stay in front of him, but I don't know. Morgan Shepherd on the pole. Let's see if anyone's way back here. Okay, Ken Schrader, 41st. He'll be coming up through the field. Okay, just Ken Schrader qualified way back here. Everyone else, so all the fast guys up front, all the slow cars in the back. This should make the start pretty easy, hopefully. All right, hopefully it stays clear. Clear 86. All right, that's a little hotter than I'd like.
Drivers, to your cars.
I don't want it to burn up the tires, but I think, I mean, it's better like that than if it was cloudy, that's for sure. All right, I think I'm ready to go.
Drivers, start your engines.
Starting right behind Bill Elliott. He was the winner of this race in real life. Starting on the outside of Brett Bodine. Brett Bodine wrecked Jeff Gordon. Well, kind of wrecked himself, but also ran into Jeff Gordon during this race in real life. All right, I'm thinking Brett Bodine will probably get past me right on the green, but I should be able to stay in front of Mike Wallace for sure, and probably Joe Nemechek. But this is a super long race, so no hurry. Just take it easy. Find a spot to run and just start ticking off some laps. I don't think the tires will spin too bad with it being sunny. If it was cloudy, the car just goes to the side when you hit the gas. So that'll help a lot on the restarts and stuff.
Green flag, green flag. Green, green, green.
All right, don't run into him.
Car outside.
I have a bad habit of running into people going into 3 here. Got to be cognizant of that.
Still there.
Oh, someone's pulled off the track. It's Earnhardt.
Still there. Clear. Outside. Clear outside. Car outside. Clear outside. Outside. Still there. Clear. Outside. Clear outside. Outside. Clear outside.
And Marlin is one of the dudes I've hit going into turn 3 here before. In my spring race here this season. All right, Brett Bodine slowed up Bill Elliott a little bit. Got him off my bumper. But Bill Elliott's looking pretty good. I think he'll catch back up to me. A lot of racing going on here at the start. Like for it to just get sorted out a little bit, and I can just make up some laps and just pick some laps off. A little bit of accordion effect there. Bill Elliott's looking low. All right, I'm gonna let him go.
Clear.
Boy, that scared me for a second. I thought I was gonna spin myself across Bill Elliott's hood. And I wouldn't mind letting some of these guys go, but there's a whole line of cars behind me. I don't see many spots to get back in line. If I were to let Jeff Bodine go, there's like 15 cars right behind him. looks like Bobby Labonte's behind me now. All right, Bobby Labonte was looking pretty fast right there. All right, I pulled away from him a little bit. I don't like letting people go in turn 1 and 2. It's just very tricky getting off the corner when you're side by side, especially on the outside. I'd much rather get into turn 3, kind of wash up into the second lane and then let people go below me like Bill Elliott. I'm running a little higher up. I'm sitting in 10th. I'm usually running about 18th in the first run. So a lot of these guys are probably a little faster than me. Though it looks like Ted Musgrave might be holding up these guys now in front of me. Yeah, little accordion effect behind Ted. All right, Ted has found a spot back in line behind me. I don't think so, Ted. I'd like to be able to pull away from him a little bit. Get a little buffer here. But he's looking pretty fast. He wants those spots back, and it looked like he was holding everyone up.
accident in the pit.
In the pits.
Pit road is closed.
I guess on the apron.
Okay, we're under caution. Catch up to the end of the pacing line. Stay behind the 6th car.
Oh, looks like someone hit the wall on turn 1. All right, I'm definitely gonna pit.
Pit road is now open. Limit 45. Keep it under 3,500 in seconds. The pace cars on the front straight.
All right, I should be about halfway down pit road. They qualified 21st or 26th. Here we go.
The pace cars in turn 1. Wait, something's wrong. Come on, you guys. The lug nuts wouldn't go on right. Go, go, go! The pace cars in turn 2. Okay, you're clear of pit lane. Sorry, buddy. I know you can make it up on the track. Stay behind the 6th car.
All right. What's going on here? Slowing down, just trying to get in order. It's like Jeff Gordon tried to cheat. All right, here we go. Oh, Ernie Irvin's trying to cheat. All right, so I'm in 8th, it looks like. Let's see, Earnhardt is a lap down, so he had some kind of problem. He went in the pits at the very beginning, but I guess he got it fixed, came back out. Want to be careful around him for the rest of the race, just in case he does that again. And Waltrip is out. Maybe Harry Gant was in that accident? Yeah, it only looks like one set of skid marks here, so might have just been Harry Gant and that's it. All right, and Earnhardt is going to start at the very front on the inside, try and get his lap back. So this is basically a single file restart. Should make this a little easier. The tires don't look too cold. Go green next time.
We're going green next time by. Okay, we're on the lead lap. Stay on the outside line. Stay behind the 6th car on the outside line.
Here comes Earnhardt. Hopefully Earnhardt gets his lap back, because I'd like to see him try to make up some points on Ernie Irvan. Ernie Irvan's got a huge lead. Need Earnhardt up there to try and like battle him a little bit. Or have Ernie Irvan DNF it or something. All right, I'm gonna take it easy on this restart. I'll try and hug the bottom. The tires will be pretty cold, but they tend to bunch up a lot going into 3 anyway, so you're not really going full speed at first. So I think I'll be okay. If I need to let some people go, I'll let them go here in turn 3 and 4. I want to try and prevent them getting under me going into 1 though.
Green, green, green.
Earnhardt technically has his lap back. For now, at least. All right, this is a good little pocket to be in. I'm pulling away from Jarrett, though it looks like MasGrafx passing him now. I don't know, I mean, I'd have to abuse the tires and stuff to try and catch Mark. I don't really need to do that. So this is a pretty good spot to be in. See if Ted MasGrafx is going to catch up to me. car just bottomed out a little bit. It does that in the cloudy weather a lot, but it doesn't normally do that in the clear weather. And Mark Martin is not looking as fast as he usually is. He's not keeping up with those dudes ahead of him. All right, there's a big gap behind Musgrave. I think I'm just going to preemptively let Musgrave go so he's not riding my bumper, and then I'll just slot in behind him.
Inside. Still there. Clear.
Well, that big gap is shortening up pretty quick. All right, now Bobby Labonte's right behind me. Both Labontes. All right, I think I may let the below Bonnies go too. And I think Lake Speed is right behind Terry.
Car inside.
Oh God, okay, yeah, I can get in behind Lake.
Clear.
All right, in front of Jarrett, hopefully, gonna block him. All right, I was pulling away from Jared at the very beginning of the run, so hopefully I can pull away from him a little bit and just have this little buffer zone right here. Jared's catching back up to me a little bit. Man, sometimes it looks like I pull away from Jared a little bit coming off too. Then he gets a run on me. Now I'm thinking I should just let him go. I just don't want him trying to pass me going into one. Yeah, I think I'm going to let some dudes go here. Or no, now Ken Schrader's making a pass. All right, next lap, turn 3, I'll let some dudes go. Especially Schrader, he should be fast. Whoa, whoa. All right, go ahead, Schrader.
Still there. Still there.
Oh, now the whole field's coming by.
Still there. Still there. Clear.
God, it's so tight getting into that turn there like that. All right. Car's feeling pretty tight. I think it's mostly due to the weather. It's pretty hot. I'm afraid I might be burning up the tires a little bit. So I think it's probably best I try and fall back a little bit. Let's take a look at the tires. Yeah. See, the inside line gives you no room getting into turn 3 if you're side by side. I mean, Joe Nemechek was like halfway up in the second lane. Projected laps. I think 73 is the max you can go on fuel. So if there's 44 projected, I think I've only gone about 30 laps on this run. It's not very many. Oh, someone's out. I think it was Ernie Irvin. I think I saw Ernie down there smoking. Hopefully that will tighten up the points. And assuming Earnhardt is still in front of everyone, I would bet he would get back on the lead lap here whenever the next caution is. So, let's see. About a week ago yesterday, my wheel was feeling a little weird, and I went into the Fanatec app on my computer, and of course I hadn't opened it in about a year, and it had all sorts of updates and new firmware it was telling me to download. So I figured, why the heck not? So I downloaded all of it, got it installed, and somewhere in the process, all my settings got deleted. So when it loaded up, everything was on default. And I was pretty frustrated because I'd been using those same settings for like over a year now. And so the last week, I've been coming in, running a few laps, changing the sliders, and I feel like every time I change it a little bit, I go in the game, I run a couple laps, and I go, no, that doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel right. And so then I go change it some more and change it some more, and it's just been a pain in the butt. But I think I found about what my settings were, and it seems to feel okay. That's Jeff Burton just came out of the pits. He was right behind me. He must have had a tire suspension problem. Tires are getting really worn out.
Clear.
So just every time I go in the game, it's like, it doesn't feel right. But I think what I've got now is about as close as it's going to get. And I think I've learned that I don't use the force feedback in the game hardly at all. I guess what people do is they put their Fanatec settings like really low, like natural friction and dampening and stuff like that. And then they turn up the force feedback in the game. But I wasn't doing that at all. I only have my force feedback. I have it on 8% at short tracks and 16% everywhere else. And then I think I have the damping now at 40% and the natural friction at 20% or 30, somewhere in there. But I think that's just because I haven't had a wheel and played these games in 20 years until last year. And so for me, like the dampening or however you pronounce it, that and the natural friction feels much more like how the wheels felt in the late 90s and the early 2000s when force feedback wasn't really a thing. But the force feedback in the game just doesn't feel that natural to me. So having a little bit, just to kind of feel the bumps in the track, I mean, that's pretty cool, but especially at Talladega, man, it doesn't feel right at all.
The yellow flag is out. Let's go. Race back to the line.
We got someone on the inside. Who's that, Harry Gant?
Pit road is closed.
All right, I was starting to pull away from Rick Mast.
Okay, we're under caution. Catch up to the end of the pacing line. Stay behind the 75 car.
So maybe towards the end of the run, my car is a little faster, but I think being up in the front in the top 10 at the beginning of that run, I was just abusing the tires trying to keep up with them. Looks like everyone's pitting, including the lap cars.
Pit road is now open.
Maybe I should have stayed out and let a lap.
Keep it under 45. Keep it under 3,500 in seconds. The pace cars on the front straight. The pace cars in turn 1.
And there's Earnhardt.
The pace cars in turn 2. Go, go, go! Keep it under 45. Keep it under 3,500 in seconds.
He must have gone all the way around and made up his lap. Yeah, he's just pitting right now, so he's back on the lead lap.
Okay, you're clear of pit lane. Stay behind the 41 car.
Getting it sorted out. All right, who was I behind? Yeah, Joe Nemechek. All right, not that many people a lap down. I figured they would have lapped a bunch more guys in that run. Yeah, and that is Ernie Irvan. It's going to finish 41st. That'll be good for the points battle for sure. And where's Earnhardt? Yeah, Earnhardt is not a lap down. There he is, 26th. 29th. 32nd. So he's last on the lead lap. All right, so I would expect Earnhardt to be coming through the field on this run. And I imagine he'll be going to the front. If he stayed out in front that whole last run, then he's probably the fastest car out here. Now that Ernie's gone. Or Ernie's DNF'd. And I'm in 18th. And Bobby Labonte was running well, but he's back at 22nd now. And there's Jeff Burton 2 laps down. He had a tire suspension failure. He came out with fresh tires right in the middle of the run, so I imagine he probably ran over somebody going into a turn. Or they threw the caution for Harry Gant, who was just stopped on the back straightaway. One of those. All right. Still a long way to go.
We're going green next time by. Okay, we're on the lead lap. Stay on the outside line. Stay behind the 41 car on the outside line.
All right, there's going to be some slow cars up here. Got to be really careful about that. But I'm like right in the middle of all the lead lap cars. So I can't just back out of it, but the restarts here, it's kind of tricky with because the track is tricky, but other than that, I mean, with them staying in just 2 lanes, it makes it a lot easier. So guys aren't like trying to jump under me 3 wide and stuff and put me in the middle. That's when it gets scary. How's the tire temps? Not bad. All right, going green on 102. I really should pay closer attention to the tire wear on this run.
The pace car's in. Green, green, green.
Jesus.
Still there.
I said I had a bad habit about running into people going into turn 3.
Still there. Still there. Clear.
Okay, Nemechek's pitting. Sorry about that, Nemechek, but man, I mean, everyone was slamming on the brakes. Did I get damage? No, I didn't get any damage.
Outside. Clear outside. Outside. Clear.
All right, I'm gonna let Earnhardt go here.
Inside. Clear inside. Inside. Clear inside.
Fudge. Now I've got damage. Okay. I was trying to let Earnhardt go and hitting the brakes that hard when the tires are still cold. The car just got a little loose. And I got a Darlington stripe. All right, that was a pretty sloppy restart. I got a little damage, but I don't think that's a big deal. I'll be able to get that repaired back to normal. hopefully on the next caution. Okay, Derek Cope is slow.
The yellow flag is out. Let's go. Race back to the line.
Are they wrecking? What's going on, Spotter? Okay. Whoever was slow, or is Derek Cope? He was slow coming off
The
too.
road is closed.
I'll bet he just stopped on the back straightaway and they threw the caution.
Okay, we're under caution. Catch up to the end of the pacing line. Stay behind the 71 car.
All right, good. Now I can pit and get that damage fixed. Yeah, that restart was a little scary. It was a little scarier than I thought it was going to be, that's for sure. I didn't mean to get into Joe Nemechek, but the slow cars up there just caused a huge accordion effect. And even though I was pretty hard on the brakes, I just couldn't avoid them. And then trying to let Earnhardt go in turn 3, hitting the brakes that hard, it just got the car all loose, and I got up high, and being up high and trying to turn, and
Keep it
just
under
got away from me a little bit.
Keep it under 3,500 in seconds.
Just got to pull the fenders off the tires. It'll be fine.
The pace car.
All right, watch
in
out for
turn
guys
1.
coming off pit road.
The pace cars in turn 2.
Oh, come on, it's not that bad.
Go, go, go! Keep it under 45. Keep it under 3,500 in seconds. The pace cars on the back straight.
All right, that was about 10 seconds worth of damage that they repaired.
Okay, you're clear of pit lane. Stay behind the pace car.
Still not too worried about it. There might be some minor scratches, but I think it'll be fine. Poor Joe's got a messed up bumper now. Sorry about that, buddy. It's turn 3, man. I have a bad habit of getting into people in turn 3 here. You know, if it had been someone else, I might not have tried to let him go in turn 3, but it was Earnhardt. I know he's fast. So I tried to get out of his way and just mess myself up. All right, well, I'm in a much better spot to restart now. Restarting in the back. Conservative strat. Just be careful, let the tires warm up. And then start picking my way through. Jesus, guys.
We're going green next time by. Okay, we're on the lead lap. Stay on the outside line. Stay behind the one car on the outside line.
All right, well, now I'm last in line. I've got no reason to be running into anyone going into turn 3. I'll hit the brakes halfway down the back straightaway just to make sure. And I'll take care of the tires as much as I can. That'll make it a lot easier to work through them once it spreads out a little bit. Poor Joe lost a lap, though. My bad.
Get ready now. Going green. The pace car's in. Green, green, green! Outside. Clear outside. Outside.
I almost nailed Rick Mast.
Clear outside.
All right, that restart was much better. There's still some slow cars up here. I think I said I went green on 118, maybe somewhere in there.
Inside. Clear.
Bill Elliott's going backwards, it looks like. Wonder what's up with him. He looked pretty good at the beginning. All right, this is 137. I think I was thinking that I went green on 117. So that would be 20 laps. It says I can go 76 projected about. That sounds about right. All right, so I think I pit right about 117 or 118, somewhere in there. Or we went green at 117 and 118. Next pit stop should be at about 187, maybe 180 to 187, somewhere in there. Come on.
Outside. Clear
That was pretty close. Kind of dive bombed him there a little bit. Guessing that was for position on Steve Grissom. I'm betting Hutch Strickland is on the lead lap, but I don't think Ward Burton is.
Outside.
I was gonna let Sterling in, and then he didn't go, and kind of like, you gonna go or what, Sterling? And then we both went at the same time.
Outside. Clear outside.
right, it's been about 40 laps. Let's check the tires. Yeah, I think I'm a little past halfway through the run. So I think the tires look okay. Ooh, 21 seconds behind the leader. It's 2/3 of a lap about. All right, Brett Bodine is starting to hit the brakes harder and harder going into turn 3. Okay, I'm getting a run on him here. Okay.
Car outside. Clear outside.
He's starting to hold me up a little bit.
Car outside. Clear outside.
Oh, come on, Bobby. Yeah, get back there. All right, I think it's been 50 laps. How's the tire looking? It's looking okay. All right, how far back am I? 19 seconds, okay. So I'm gaining on the leader just a little bit. He's probably stuck in traffic. And I'm out here with clean track ahead of me, so. Hopefully I can make up a bunch more time before pit stops. And the question becomes, like, should I stay out and bank on a caution? Maybe lead a lap and then bank on a caution and put a bunch of guys a lap down? Or should, but if that doesn't work, if I don't get the caution, then I lose a ton of time by staying out on old tires while people have fresh tires. And I'll probably lose a lap. How's that tire looking? It's all right. I tend to think over half the time the cars that come out with fresh tires end up running into a car with old tires and causing a caution. So the safest bet seems to be staying out. Though I think in the spring race I stayed out one lap too long and I blew the right front tire right as I was coming on pit road. So I don't want to do that again.
outside.
We'll hit the apron a little bit.
Clear.
No, Jarrett, don't try and pass me. Just stay back there. I'm faster, bro. Oh man, now he's got to run.
Outside. Still there. Clear.
All right, how's that tire? It's about to turn red here pretty soon. Gotta watch out for the fast cars on fresh tires. Okay, I already see smoke in turn 3. Yeah, someone's gotten in the wall here. All right, there's someone behind me with fresh tires. I think it's Earnhardt. I will let him go.
Car inside. Clear.
All right, I'm gonna pit next time. There's more cars coming with fresh tires.
Limit 45. Keep it under 3,500 in second.
All right, pretty good.
Go, go, go! Limit 45. Keep it under 3,500 in second. There are the cross flags. We're halfway home.
Halfway.
Okay, you're clear of pit lane.
All right. Cold tires, fresh tires. Car's gonna feel all different.
Here comes the leader.
Come on. And I think Morgan Shepherd is probably the leader. But I may be fast enough on these fresh tires to catch him. All right, I'm back on the lead lap. Well, I was not paying attention to Loy Allen there. I flew into that turn and almost wrecked all four of us.
Still there. Clear.
All right, I'm surprised we got through the whole green flag pit sequence with no caution. I guess I pit right at the right time. They got out, I'm in front of the leader And I think I have a lap or two fresher tires than the leader, which makes a big difference here. I think the leader is now Mark Martin. And he's stuck behind Greg Sachs right now. Hopefully Greg Sachs can hold him up for a little bit. You know, I always lose time on green flag pit stops, or at least the vast majority of the time. And I don't think it's simply just being slow getting on pit road. I think I did a pretty good job that last time. I was kind of gauging my speed with Chuck Bound, who was behind me coming on pit road. I think it's mostly just being out there on old tires when guys have already pit and are on fresh tires. But even more so being out there on old tires and then trying to like get out of people's way who are on fresh tires. Like Dale Earnhardt came up behind me and I was like crawling coming off turn 4, trying to stay off the wall and trying to let him go. All right, Jeff Bodine is taking the lead. And it looks like he's catching me a little bit. I'll bet he came and got fresh tires like a lap after Mark Martin, or 2 laps after him. So he's got fresher tires. I don't know if I have fresher tires than Jeff Bodine. Come on, let's go, guys. Leader is coming.
Here comes the leader. Car outside. Clear. The yellow flag is out. Let's go. Race back to the line. Pit road is closed.
Well,
okay, we're under caution. Catch up to the end of the pacing line. Stay behind the 21 car.
Jeff, or who was that? Bill Elliott was going pretty slow under that that lap car. and I was being a little impatient and just barely touched him, and it turned me around, and I lost that lap. Can I pit? Everyone else is pitting.
Pit road is now open. Keep it under 45. Keep it under 3,500 in seconds. The pace cars on the front straight.
All right, well, I didn't get any damage or nothing. Oh, that sucks. Lost my lap.
The pace cars in turn 1. Go, go, go! Keep it under 45. Keep it under 3,500 in seconds. The pace cars in turn 2. Okay, you're clear of pit lane. Stay behind the 40 car.
40, okay. Man, that sucks, because I like it when there's long green flag runs and you get into all the lap cars and stuff, but I mean, right there I was just got a little impatient because I wanted to try and stay on the lead lap and get around those dudes. And it's Morgan Shepherd's gonna come up here. Oh, okay, he's in front of the 40. I just got a little impatient, wanting to stay on the lead lap, and just barely touched Bill Elliott, and it just turned the car around. Oh well, is what it is. I mean, I didn't expect to be on the lead lap at the end of this race anyway, but I mean, if I could have stayed on the lead lap right there, that would have been huge. And if there had been a caution that came out. All right, what position am I in? Am I in 24th? And there's 18 on the lead lap. Yeah, that's the other sucky thing is I was racing Bill Elliott for position, and now I'm a lap behind him. That was dumb. But I don't know, just being impatient. Still a long race to go. Where am I at? 163 to go, so there's still plenty of time for stuff to happen. I mean, I'm pretty sure, I know I can get up to 19th at least, be the first car lap down. I was doing good though, staying on the lead lap till that happened. But you know, the sucky thing was I spent like 5 to 10 laps trying to pull out a little bit of distance on the leaders, and I got 2 seconds in front of them. And then the second we caught those lap cars, they just came right up on my bumper. I mean, if the lap cars didn't hold them up, then they would have been right on me anyway. I would have had to have let them go.
We're going green next time by. We're now on the lead lap. Get on the inside line. Stay behind the 40 car on the inside line.
Oh man, I'm pretty far back in the line. Well, not too bad. All right, I'm the sixth car. Oh, there's someone on the apron. It's like a green car, like Mike Wallace or Brett Bodine or someone. All right, this could get a little hairy. Just got to be careful. If I can stay up front, kind of, on this restart, then those dudes in the back are going to lose a lot of time trying to work through all these slow cars. So it could still work in my favor a little bit. I think that's Dale Jarrett on the apron. All right, going green on 206. Be careful. Don't run into anyone going into turn 3. Still a long way to go.
Get ready now. Going green. The pace car's in. Green, green, green!
Oh, someone's coming out of the pits here. What are they doing?
Clear.
All right, they came out right in front of the whole field. That's Dale Jarrett. After whatever his problem was.
Outside. Clear outside.
Little late on the braking there.
Inside. Clear inside. Car outside. Clear. Outside. You're up top, 3 wide, clear inside. Car outside, the yellow flag is out. Let's go. Race back to the line.
That was a tire suspension failure. Whoa.
Go low.
Go low. Okay, thanks, spotter. Yeah, there was nothing I could do about that.
There's an accident in turn 3.
God, I hate that so much.
Pit road is closed. Okay, we're under caution. Catch up to the end of the pacing line. Stay behind the 2 car.
Greg Sachs basically blew a tire right there in the middle of turn 1 and 2. And there was like no way to avoid him. All right, well, that knocked a bunch of dudes out of the race, I'm sure.
Pit road is now open. We can't pit this time by. We're not on the lead lap. Keep it under 45. Keep it under 3,500.
Right.
In seconds, past the 71 car.
I think if I pit when it's closed, it's just tail end of the longest line, so... what a mess. But, I mean, what are you supposed to do about that? I was looking pretty good. I was making up spots. I'm sure I was gaining a whole ton on Bill Elliott, who was at the back of the line. But I mean, when they just slam on the brakes like that right in the middle of the turn, it's kind of hard to avoid them. But that's racing. Let's see. Yeah, we're down to 12 on the lead lap now. Bunch of guys got knocked out. Oh yeah, ton of guys got knocked out. Steve Grissom's all busted up. Hut Strickland, it's got a lot of deck lid damage. And my deck lid doesn't look too bad. They might even push that down a little bit.
Keep it under 3,500 in seconds. The pace cars on the front straight.
And I think I got that damage when Hut Strickland ran into the back of me in the middle of that mess. All right, as long as there's no engine damage, I think I'll be kind of okay.
The pace cars in turn 1. The pace cars in turn 2.
Yeah, the deck lid is being pushed down. Okay, good.
Go, go, go! Limit 45. Keep it under 3,500 in seconds. The pace cars on the back straight. Okay, you're clear of pit lane. Stay behind the 71 car.
I love that spotter call. Go low. There's a dude like on his side right in front of me. Yeah, Grissom retired. He didn't come back out. All right, well, that changes the whole complexion of the race. Yeah, that's, you know, it kind of sucks because those tire suspension failures, there's just no warning.
time by.
that they're
We're
going to
down the lead lap.
happen.
Get on the inside
And
line. Stay behind the 71 car on the inside line.
I'm just cruising along, and then all of a sudden he just goes limp. And there's just no way to avoid it. But, I mean, that happens. So it is what it is. Terry Labonte looks pretty beat up. Rusty looks really beat up. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm glad they pushed the deck lid down. So the deck lid looks okay. So I think the car may handle all right. And if I didn't have any engine damage, they didn't turn the car off. So I think I may be one of the least damaged cars out here. Well, other than the guys who have no damage at all. So if I'm lucky, there's still a lot of time left. I can catch Rusty and Terry Labonte and make up some more spots. Yeah, we'll see. Still a long way to go.
Get ready now. Going green. The pace car's in.
Going green on 220.
Green, green, green. Car outside. Still there. Clear outside.
Okay, Dave Marcus is really busted up here too.
Clear outside. Outside. Clear outside.
Or someone was, maybe it was Hamilton, was going pretty slow.
Car outside. Clear outside.
Well, there's something wrong with Rudd, too. And I don't know how Rusty is running as well as he is. Like he's not even damaged. He's up there passing cars. Even though his car looks horrible. You know, Earnhardt is at the lead of this line of cars here. He must have got some damage or something. I thought he was in front of me when that wreck occurred. Someone's blowing up. Trader is. What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? Okay, he stayed high. I thought he was gonna try and pull down right in front of me. I guess he just stopped somewhere.
Pit road is closed. Okay, we're under caution. Catch up to the end of the pacing line. Stay behind the 22 car.
All right, guess I can't pit this time. Yeah, there's only 23 cars in the race.
Pit road is now open. We can't pit this time by. We're not on the lead lap.
All right, well, the good thing here is once I pit, there's not many lap cars, so I should be able to come out third in line, or if I can get a faster stop than Bobby Labonte or Jimmy Spencer, maybe I can get in front of them. And then I don't have to work through any slow cars. And Terry Labonte looked pretty slow. So I think I may have a chance of catching him for position, maybe, if it goes green for a while. My car seemed to be running okay. I don't think it was quite as fast, but I mean, I think almost every car has some kind of damage on it at this point.
Keep it under 45. Keep it under 3,500 in seconds. The pace cars in turn 4. The pace cars on the front straight.
Come
The
on,
pace
guys.
cars in turn 1. Go, go, go! Yes, we nailed that stop. Great work, guys.
I'm not speeding. Can I beat Jimmy
The
out
pace
here?
cars in turn 2. Okay, you're clear of pit lane. Stay behind the 27 car.
Okay. All right, I'll restart second on the inside line. That's not bad. You know, Ricky Rudd too, there's something wrong with him. So if it goes green, I might be able to catch him for position 2. At least with this restart, we got all the slow cars in the back and all the faster cars up front. But my car seemed to be running fine. The handling was fine. Not quite as fast, but it's good enough.
We're going green next time by. We're now on the lead lap. Get on the inside line. Stay behind the 27 car on the inside line.
I'm really lucky, I think Jimmy Spencer will be on the inside. Jeff Bodine will have to be in the high line going into turn 1. He's going to lose a lot of time. I might be able to get under him and get back on the lead lap temporarily. If there's a quick caution, get right back in the race.
Get ready now. Going green. Pace car's in. Green, green, green.
Come on, come on.
Car outside.
Maybe not. I think I just heard someone hit the wall.
Still there. Still there. Still there. Clear outside.
All right, I gotta let Earnhardt go.
Car inside. Clear inside.
Dave Marcus coming back out on the track.
Outside. Clear. Outside. Clear outside. Car inside. Still there. Clear inside. Car inside. Clear.
All right, Ricky may not be as damaged as I thought. That last run, he had something going on, but looks like whatever it was, he's fixed it.
Car inside.
There's someone catching me. I think it's Jeff Gordon. But I'm pulling away from Jeff Burton. The next spot. All right, I'm gonna let Jeff Gordon go.
Car inside.
I think that's Todd Bodine. Yeah, Todd Bodine behind him.
Clear. Car inside. Clear.
How did Jeff Burton catch up to me? I was pulling away from him. I mean, maybe he was stuck behind someone. And now he's catching up to me. I'm going to have to let Mayfield go here too.
Inside. Clear.
Well, I guess I was fast on new tires, but as the tires wear, I'm losing a lot of speed to these guys. Okay, and Terry is only 2 seconds behind me, so I don't think I'm going to catch him. Terry Labonte's catching me. Alright, 94 to go. Probably gonna have to pit one more time. Just gotta watch out for when the leaders catch me. But it looks like I found kind of where I fit in here. As the tires wear, maybe I'll catch back up to Jeff Burton or Jimmy Spencer, but I don't know. Seems like as the tires wear, I'm getting slower. Than they are, or relative to them. All right, there's someone slow up here. It looks like it's Bobby Hamilton. And there's someone behind me missing their hood. I think that might be Rusty Wallace, or you know what? That's probably Hut Strickland. All right, I'm gonna let them go. Oh, okay, no, that's Bobby Labonte and Terry.
Clear.
Okay, and here comes Hut Strickland. All right, I'm going to let Hut go.
Car inside. Clear.
I think with whatever damage I've got, I think it's just causing me to wear out the tires faster. I mean, I need to go another 20 to 30 laps so I can just pit one more time. The tires are getting pretty worn out. with the leaders behind me. Yeah, Morgan Shepherd's catching up to me.
Here comes the leader. Inside. Clear. Outside. Still there. Clear outside.
Tire's still looking okay. Looks like Rudd is here in second.
Inside. Clear inside. Outside. Still there. Clear outside. Car outside. Clear. Outside. Clear outside.
All right, should be pitting here any minute. Whoa. almost went straight in the wall. $72 to go. I think we're coming up on the point where everyone could pit and make it to the end. So I think people should start pitting here in the next 5 to 10 laps. I could pit right now and try and short pit all these guys. God, the car just wants to go straight to the wall. Yeah, I think the tires are worn out. The car just, it's a lot tighter than it was with this damage. It's just not wanting to turn. Here comes Mark Martin.
Still there. Clear inside.
All right, that right front is looking pretty bad. Oh, I hit the flat a little bit. All right, I'm gonna pit this lap. It's now red. I think that is the problem. I'm just wearing out the tires faster than everyone else. I should probably try to raise the track bar a little bit.
Clear outside.
Loosen the car up some.
Limit 45. Keep it under 3,500 in seconds.
All right, well, hopefully I short pit these guys a little bit, and then I can make up some time on them. And there's no caution.
We'll give you 1.5 cans of fuel. We'll raise the track bar.
Of course, once they all pit, then they're going to be flying by me.
Go, go, go. Go, go, go! Limit 45. Keep it under 3,500 in seconds. Okay, you're clear of pit lane.
All right, cold tires.
Car outside. The leader's pitting now. Clear outside. Outside. Clear. Outside. Clear.
Thought he might do that. Just pull off right in front of me.
The leader's pitting now.
Okay, Jeff Burton and Mayfield, they waited. I've gone like 3 or 4 laps before they finally pit. So I imagine I'll be ahead of them. But will I be far enough ahead of them that they can't catch back up to me? I don't know. There's still a long way to go. Guess Dave Martin still hasn't pit. Okay, by short pitting, I've gotten in front of Jimmy Spencer. But he's not that far behind me. So I made up a bunch of positions. But those guys are going to be on pressure tires, so I would think they would catch me. Okay, he lost a lot of time that lap. It looks like he gained it all back and then some. All right, here comes Mark Martin.
Car inside. Clear inside.
God, they just give you no room getting into the turn there. I mean, I'd rather have gone in front of Mark and then just washed up and letting him go, but when you're side by side going into the turn, you just got to be right up on the wall to keep from getting run into. All right, Jimmy has got me.
Car inside. Clear.
I really don't like him passing me going into turn one like that. All right, 14 seconds back to Bobby Labonte. But it looked like he just gained a second a lap on me on the last lap. totally missed that corner. Starting to wonder if I'm going to be able to go 42 laps with these tires, or 41 more laps. Yeah, I should be able to make it. All right. All right. About 35 to go. I'm guessing Mayfield is going to catch me at some point. comes Jeff Bodine.
Car inside. Clear inside.
Comes Dale Jarrett, Joe Nemechek.
Clear.
Which, by the way, I read that Ned Jarrett passed away either today or yesterday. I mean, I'm not old enough to remember him as a driver, but I definitely remember him on ESPN as an announcer. That ESPN crew was the best crew ever. Bob Jenkins, Benny Parsons, Ned Jarrett in the booth, and then Jerry Punch and John Kernan on pit road. Those 5 guys, man, that was the best crew ever. But I remember as a kid always thinking that Ned Jarrett, all he ever talked about was Dale Jarrett, which is understandable, I guess. But no matter what was going on during the race, it'd always be like, oh yeah, Dale Jarrett did that as well. But as an adult, watching those races on YouTube, man, Ned Jarrett, it was like the brains of the operation. And Bob Jenkins was always just trying to keep everything on task. Benny was just there for like comic relief and to get like just genuine natural reactions to stuff. Here comes Waltrip.
Inside. Clear.
And then Ned was always the one like looking at strategy and everything. Like seeing if people are getting 2 tires or 4 tires. Stuff like that. I mean, I imagine they had some kind of statisticians or whatever watching the race and giving them information, but that seemed to be Ned's role, was to pay attention to all the race strategy. And he did a fantastic job of it too. All right, here comes a whole line of cars. Don't pass me right here, thank you. I will let you all go in turn 3 and 4. Just be patient. All right, go ahead.
Car inside. Still there.
There's
Clear inside.
Burton and Mayfield. They're for position. Yeah, car's
Inside.
tight again.
Clear.
These other cars are way better than me at this point. I remember Benny Parsons passing away. I don't remember what year that was. I'm guessing it was like 04 or 05. Maybe 06. But then I was kind of like out of the loop for 20 years. So I don't remember Bob Jenkins passing away. I read about that after the fact. It was really sad, like, when I started watching all these races again on YouTube, I'd be watching a race and I'd be like, oh, I should look that guy up and see what he's up to nowadays. And that's how I found out about Bobby Hamilton, found out about John Andretti, and I think the worst was Dick Trickle, finding out about him. But I wasn't really paying attention for the longest time, so I kind of just found out about it as after the fact. Even now, like Cale Yarborough, and then hearing about Ned Jarrett today, it's like, oh man, that sucks.
Inside. Clear inside.
Same thing a few weeks ago, Alex Zanardi died. Alex Zanardi was awesome. He was like dominating kart, like at the peak of my 90s racing fandom. So I hated to hear that news. It's a little different though, like I'm 44 now, so it's not like the shock of when like Kenny Irwin died or Adam Petty died. You know, Scott Brayton, Jeff Krosnoff. That kart race in Michigan when a tire went into the stands and killed some fans. I mean, that stuff was just like shocking. I guess now being 44, it's just, I'm just getting older. I'm getting to that age where all of the people that I watched when I was a teenager are now like in their 70s. Or older. All right, here comes Morgan Shepherd. Just be patient, Morgan. I will let you go. I promise.
Here comes the leader.
All right, go ahead.
Inside.
I think that's the race for the lead right there, or for the
Clear
win.
inside.
Yeah, Shepherd, Rudd, and Earnhardt. First, second, third, right there. All right, Morgan just lost the lead to Ricky Rudd. And now Earnhardt's trying to get the lead from Ricky. And my car is super tight and going in the wall.
Clear inside. Car inside. Clear inside.
Get this position back without wrecking. No,
Still there.
well, okay, I'm still side by side with him.
Clear.
Yeah, the car is just super tight. How many more laps to go? 14? All right, I might be able to hold off Bobby Labonte here. 11 to go. Is there anyone coming behind Bobby? Not really. God, the car just won't turn. Is that tire gonna make it another 15 laps or 11 laps? Bobby's definitely faster than me. The car just won't turn. Yeah, he pulls right up on me in the middle of 1 and 2. I seem to pull away down the back straightaway and going into turn 3. But the car just won't turn in 3 and 4. And he gets a run down the front straightaway. But he's not pulling out to pass. I did not do as good in that turn. How's the tire looking? God, can it go? It only needs to go 5 more laps. Just give me 5 more laps, man. I don't see anyone behind Bobby Labonte, so don't have to worry about faster cars catching us, I don't think. As long as they just hold it in the middle here, it seems like that kills any momentum he gets. Then it kind of kills my run off the corner. All right, 2 to go. All right, white flag.
White flag. 1 more lap to go.
God, the car just won't turn. How's the tire look? Oh my God, it's red. Just 2 more turns, man. All right, the tire's gonna make it. All right.
All right, there's the checkered flag. Bring it on home and let's get the heck out of here.
Kind of want to blow that tire, see if it'll blow. No, okay. Would have made it another half lap. All right, that was pretty lucky. Once it turns red, I mean, it can blow up anytime.
Limit 45. Keep it under 3,500 in seconds.
All right. Okay, I finished 17th. So I guess by short pitting it, it got me in front of Bobby Labonte and Hut Strickland. If I hadn't a short pit, I'm pretty sure I would have been behind them. So I guess short pitting got me two positions, and I guess, I mean, that's pretty lucky. That last 2 runs, I pit with the tire with the right front when it was red both times. So I was lucky I went as many laps as I did, and then lucky I pit when I did so that I could make it to the end. I was cutting it pretty close. All right, so Earnhardt wins it. Ricky Rhodes second, Morgan Shepherd third, and Earnhardt had a problem on in the first 10 laps. He had a tire suspension failure. But he got it back out there, made up his lap, and then got back in the lead. Rudd Shepard, Mark Martin, Jeff Bodine, Dale Jarrett, Michael Waltrip, Sterling Marlin, all on the lead lap in the top 8. And then Rusty Wallace 1 lap down, Todd Bodine 1 lap down, Jeff Gordon 1 lap down. And then 2 laps down, Labonte, Spencer, Musgrave, Burton, and then Mayfield, me, Bobby Labonte, Hut Strickland. Only 22 cars finished the race. And points-wise, story of the race, Ernie Irvan finished 41st. So that's going to, I mean, I would say Earnhardt gained probably 150 points on him, maybe, something like that. So that'll tighten up the points a whole bunch. Happy to see that. All right, export. This is 23, Darlington. Save, 23, Darlington. All right, let's see when that big wreck was. I don't have any idea when it was. Hold on a second. Can I see when? No. Okay, so who was in it? Greg Sachs. Okay, I'll go to Greg Sachs. Let's go to Greg Sachs. Okay, it was lap 215. Oh, okay, here we go. Where are we at here? Okay, there's me. Yeah, this is nonsense right here. So what happened was, Jeff Bodine, or Dale Earnhardt, was making the move on Greg Sachs going into 1. And Greg Sachs just, when they're on the outside, they just let him go. And so Jeff Bodine got through, and then I was the next car right here. And I wasn't close enough to get under him. So I was thinking that if I could get a good run coming off the turn, then I could get him going down the back straightaway. And then out of nowhere, he has a tire suspension failure, and there's no avoiding it. It just causes a huge mess. Gonna see if I can get a better view of it. All right, we'll see it from here. Yeah, see right there, he just stops. And then it just causes a huge melee. The track is blocked. Cars are going everywhere. They're still piling in. Let me see if I can go to like Kyle Petty here. Yeah, it's just a total mess. That is, yeah, that's really unfortunate. All right, let's see how Rusty did. Thankfully, Hut hit me right there, and I was able to slide out of it. But the track is blocked. It's just, it's just a total mess. That's why at Talladega and Daytona, I just turn off these kinds of tire suspension failures. Because when they happen at Talladega to like the 3rd place guy and it's lap 4, and the guy just stops in front of everyone, and it just causes a complete mess. And really just ruins the race on lap 4. So I just turned that off. It's just a pain in the butt. Boy, Dick Trickle, yeah, Jimmy Hensley's going flipping. These guys are just flipping on their noses. Kyle Petty landed on top of a couple of guys. Yeah, what a mess. But, you know, I mean, I don't feel too bad about it. I mean, what was I supposed to do? There's like no time to react to that. Let's see my my cockpit view. I mean, and I feel like I did kind of react to it. See, right there, he kind of checks up. But I don't think I quite noticed that one. I'm still kind of on the gas and letting off a little bit to get off turn 2. But then I see, okay, he's slow, and then I'm slamming on the brakes before I even get to him. So I'm trying to slow down, but there's no way to slow down fast enough. And it just becomes a huge mess. Yeah, and then my spotter says, go low. Ridiculous. That was really unfortunate. But what are you going to do? Those tire and suspension failures, man, they're a pain. I mean, stuff like that does happen, so I guess you could say it's I don't know about all these guys just flying into it. Like the track's blocked and they just keep flying in, but so I don't know about that, but having a tire suspension failure, it did happen. Look at Ricky Rudd here. He actually did a really good job of getting through this. Right here. I don't know that he even gets damage. Okay, he stops in time. Yeah, and then it gets all jammed up behind him, so he got through unscathed. Same thing with Spencer and Mayfield. Yeah, that line of cars right here. Wait, Bob. Okay, yeah, Bobby Labonte got it, but it looks like Jimmy Spencer, Mayfield, and Ricky Rudd got through no problem. And Joe Nemechek is really low here. Did they get around it down here? Yeah, just like very minor. What a mess. But there was an issue before that where I got damage. It was on a restart. How did my car look? Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. I have scratches on the passenger side too. Oh yeah, I was trying to decide if I should pit while it was closed or not. Let's see how good of a job they did fixing it. Yeah, see they pulled the dent out a little bit on the driver's side. They lowered the deck lid, so that was much better. Still a lot of scratches on the driver's side. Let's see the other side. Yeah, and the other side looks totally clean. So they did a pretty good job of trying to fix it. All right, let's see. There was another restart. I don't think it was this one. I think it was before this. I think it was right in here. Hold on a second. Okay, this was the one. Yeah. Oh, wait. I came off pit road. Okay, and then Morgan Shepherd got in front of me. Okay, this was the one where I was trying to stay on the lead lap. And I got impatient and just barely touched Bill and did like a quarter spin or a half spin. Oh, and I almost took out this whole group of cars right here. I was so focused on Mark Martin and trying to get up to Morgan Shepherd. I didn't see Loy Allen there, and I just ran up on all these guys and almost just caused a wreck right there. But got through that, and then eventually we caught up to Bill Elliott, and that's where I hit him. It's somewhere in here. Or did I already hit him there? No, the caution came out when I spun. Did I skip it? No, there's Jeff Bodine and Mark Martin. Okay, there's Bill Elliott. All right, I'm catching up to him. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, it was right here. The bride. Yeah, I just barely bumped him. I mean, just so slight. Just barely. And you know what? All right. I want to see this here. Hold on a second. I don't know what's up with the left side camera and the right side cameras. Yeah, I mean, he had a little damage on his bumper. I don't know. I was just being a little impatient. Should have been more patient right there if I had, but I was looking, Jeff Bodine is the leader at that point, and I was hoping to stay in front of him, and it is what it is. But there was some caution. It must have been towards the beginning, where there was a restart, and I got in the wall and got damage from it. Okay, there I'm looking pretty good. Okay, there's where I drop back. Because I was worried I was wearing out the tires too much. And then there's a caution in here somewhere. Okay. Oh yeah. So I tried to make it a point not to run into anyone going into turn 3. But they got this huge, like, accordion thing going on, and I ran into Joe Nemechek here. Right there. Just a little bit. Then I got all kind of out of shape and wasn't sure if the car was damaged, and all these guys went by. And then I was trying to let Dale Earnhardt go by, and I got in the wall. I think that was in 3 and 4. Okay, there's 1 and 2. Okay, now Dale's behind me. Okay, it wasn't this lap. Right here. Yeah. I was trying to let Dale go, and then when I hit the brakes going into the corner, the car just got really loose. And when I corrected it, it just went in the wall. And so I got a little Darlington stripe. But that wasn't even too bad, and I'm pretty sure yeah, I mean, that's nothing. A little dent. They fixed that completely perfectly, so that wasn't a problem. So this was the first incident. The second one was when I hit Joe Nemechek, then I hit the wall. Then there was the one with where I spun when I barely touched Bill Elliott. And then on the next restart, that's when the huge melee happened. Oh well. All right, I exported it. I saved it. Done. Earnhardt wins it. All right, I'm interested to see the points here. Hopefully, Earnhardt made up a whole bunch of points on Irvin. And it'll be a little bit closer. 94 event. Today is June 6th. I think today is the D-Day, June 6, 1944. I guess it would be 80 or 82 years. All right, Darlington. Save, close, results, import, Darlington. Did I lead a lap? I don't think I did. No, I didn't lead any laps. Morgan Shepherd led 216 laps. And there were 6 cautions. All right, save, close, export, write, points. All right, after 23 events, yeah, Ernie Irvan's lead has been cut down to 114 points. And it was like 230, I think, going into this race. So Irvin's still in the lead. See if Irvin either DNFs or he finishes in the top 5. Like it's one or the other. Earnhardt finishes second, or he's sitting in second, 114 points back. Rudd 171 back, and then I'm now in fourth, 190 back. 19 points behind Ricky Rudd, and that would put me about 76 points behind Dale Earnhardt. And then Terry Labonte's 51 behind me, Ken Schrader, Mark Martin, Rusty Wallace, Morgan Shepherd, Lake Speed, top 10. Jeff Gordon in 11th. All right, looking pretty good. I'm glad that, I mean, I love Ernie Irvan, but kind of glad he DNF'd that race and Earnhardt won it so that we can tighten up this points battle a little bit because Irvan was just driving away with it. It was starting to get ridiculous. Look at all those laps Irvan has led. 21% of the laps Irvan has led. And Irvan and Earnhardt have the same ratings, but for some reason Irvan has just been on a tear except for all these DNFs. And I have 4 top 5s, 15 top 10s, and still leading in most laps completed. I've led 37 laps. All right, the real race. I watched a bunch of I've seen this race a couple of times. I watched a bunch of it last night. This race was notable because for a long time it looked like this was going to be Bill Elliott's last win in the Cup Series because this was in '94, and he didn't win again until he got in the Ray Evernham Dodge team in with the number 9, and then he won like I want to say like 3 races. I know he won Indy in like '02 maybe, something like that. I think he won at like Pocono maybe, and maybe another race. But all the rest of the '90s, it was like his last win was this race, and it was starting to look like that would have been his last win. But it was Junior Johnson's last win as a car owner in the Cup Series. So that's unfortunate. Junior Johnson was he had a dominant team for a long time, but at this point he was getting ready to retire. So um, so if it wasn't this race for Bill Elliott, then it would have been Jimmy Spencer winning at Talladega a few races before this. So Bill Elliott won it. Dale Earnhardt second. Morgan Shepherd, Ricky Rudd, Sterling Marlin top 5, and only 5 cars on the lead lap. Jeff Gordon, Wallace, Jeff Burton a good run. Dale Jarrett, Terry Labonte, Kenny Wallace in Ernie Irvan's car finished 11th. Started 11th and finished 11th. Let's see, Kyle Petty, and on down. And this was always a big story at Darlington. I don't know if it still is. I'm sure they probably figured out how to prevent it, but the track surface was so like whatever you call that, it tore up all the tires. And so then there would be like rubber marbles all over the place. They'd get all over the grill, and then cars would overheat. So all through the race, these guys would be overheating. And there are many other cars that had overheating issues, and then they would come in and have to clean off the grill as best they could and get them back out there. So lots of overheating problems. Unfortunately, Ken Schrader, man, he was looking like the best car in the race for the first half of the race. He led a whole bunch of laps, but he eventually had a problem. And let's see, who's that? Mark Martin led a bunch of laps too, and then Bill Elliott led 21. Yeah, 26 accident front stretch. That's the one where he got into Jeff Gordon. Jeff Gordon bounced off the wall and then came off into him. And Brett Bodine in the interview was like really apologetic, admitted that it was his fault, et cetera, et cetera. This competition caution was to check tire wear. So they were only doing like 35 to 45 laps before pitting because the tires were just getting torn up so much. So they had this competition caution just to check tire wear. And yeah, after this race, Dale Earnhardt in the lead, Rusty Wallace 227 behind, Mark Martin 283 behind. Ernie Irvan still in the top 5, even though he's missed the last 3 races, still in 5th place in points. All right. Well, if anyone checks out this race, thanks so much for checking it out. I appreciate it. That is it for this one.